and a warm welcome to our respected distinguished guests, members of the management, deans, coordinators, HODs, participants from other institutions across the country, and my dear faculty members, to the second day of the Faculty Development Program for Faculty Excellence in Teaching and Scholarship workshop, an initiative by IQAC, a two-day international professional development workshop for administrators and faculty members in collaboration with All India Association for Christian Higher Education and Asia Network of the United States.
Before we embark on this day of knowledge and collaboration, let's begin with a moment of sacred connection in the spirit of unity and gratitude. Let us invoke God's choicest blessings. I invite you all to join us in prayer.
Shall we bow down our heads for a minute? Almighty God, Creator of universe, we thank and praise your holy name this morning. Thank you, Father, for giving us a brand new day and good health as a gift for all of us seated here. We thank you, Lord, for the amazing time we had yesterday in day one of our FTP program. As we begin our day two deliberations, we ask for your guidance. Be with all the delegates who had come from different parts of southern India and our resource persons from abroad. Let this workshop be a meaningful and useful for the faculty as well as for our student community. Bless our institution, Loyola Academy, and bless the collaborators, All India Association for Christian Higher Education and Asia Network USA, for the efforts they put in to plan and finance this sort of empowering conference. We pray all these requests in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
I now invite Ms. Anjushri, Assistant Professor of Statistics, to give us a brief report on day one of the FDP.
Good morning, one and all. The International Faculty Development Workshop explores critical topics in 21st century education in collaboration with the All India Association for Christian Higher Education, IASHI, and Asia Network of the United States on 18th and 19th October 2023. The chief guests were Reverend Father Dr. Xavier Vedam, SJ, General Secretary, IASHI, Dr. Glenn Shive, Historian of Asia from United Kingdom, Professor Spencer Benson, expert of biological sciences from United States of America, and Professor Melissa Fitch, Professor of Latin American Cultural Studies, University of Arizona, while the event is being coordinated by Reverend Father Dr. L. Joji Reddy, Principal of Loyola Academy, Dr. K. Rama, Dean of QAC, Loyola Academy, and Dr. T. Suchitra Naidu, Dean of Academics, Loyola Academy. The FTP is carefully designed to discuss faculty excellence in teaching and scholarship. The event welcomed not only its own faculty, but also educators from across the nation, with approximately 20 participants hailing from various states such as Jabalpur, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, etc., in addition to local institutions like St. Francis, St. Anne's, St. Joseph's, and more. The event started with an inaugural ceremony with Mrs. Elsita and Mrs. Larissa as the masters of the ceremony. The event started with a prayer song sung by the college choir students and a welcome dance performed by a final year students. It was followed by the lighting of the lamp with the esteemed dignitaries. In his warm and heartfelt welcome address, Reverend Father Dr. Francis Xavier conveyed his vision of incorporating cutting-edge teaching methodologies inspired by the practices adopted in the United States of America. He emphasized the significance of equipping educators with the tools and strategies required to effectively shape and nurture young minds. Subsequently, Reverend Father Dr. L. Joji Reddy, the principal of Loyola Academy, took the stage to provide valuable insights into the seminar's objectives and expected outcomes. His address served as a beacon, guiding participants through the trajectory of the workshop. A noteworthy highlight of the event was the enlightening address by Reverend Father Dr. Xavier Vedam, who offered introductions to the various sessions. His words provided a roadmap for participants, delineating the intellectual terrain they would traverse. The distinguished guests were felicitated with tokens of appreciation: a sapling symbolizing growth, a shawl symbolizing warmth and honor, a meaningful gift, and a portrait presented by Mr. Bhaskar Rao, an assistant professor in the Department of Multimedia and Animation. The crescendo of the ceremony was marked by the launch of a book, a compendium of research articles authored by the erudite staff and students of Loyola Academy. This publication is a testament to the institution's dedication to scholarly pursuit and knowledge dissemination. The workshop encompassed a rich spectrum of engaging sessions, the first one being a global cafe. The session was held by Dr. Glenn Shive, an eminent historian specializing in Asia. This session offered participants a dynamic platform for interactive discussions on a powerful learning experience that the participants had. The second session was on challenges for the 21st century teaching and learning. An enlightening discourse was led by Professor Spencer Benson. This session explores crucial topics such as a changing world, the different generations, outcome-based education, the backward design, artificial intelligence integration, and innovative assessment techniques. The third session was What is Meaningful Learning in Today's World, led by Professor Melissa Fitch. Ma'am guided a thought-provoking session redefining meaningful learning in the context of contemporary education, focusing on certain essential learning outcomes. It was followed by lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. and then Global Cafe small group meetings were held to recap the topics discussed in the forenoon sessions. The participants were also encouraged to engage in focused discussions on implementing what they learned in the earlier sessions in their class and in their department. It was followed by a panel discussion on scholarship across disciplines, colleges, and nations, led by Dr. Shive, Professor Fitch, and Professor Benson, united to explore the profound significance of interdisciplinary collaboration in academia, transcending geographical boundaries. The next session was held by Ms. Josephine Prabha, who introduced the scope of MOU between Ayashi and Asia Network through an online session via Zoom meeting. Mr. Dan and Father George were invited to speak about Asia Network collaborations, which is a collective exploration of the potential for collaborative efforts within the Asia Network, fostering international partnerships and knowledge sharing. The last session was held by Professors Sucharita and Kingshuk Mukherjee, who jointly presented a special session spotlighting Indian-American collaborations in teaching, illustrating the transformative power of international cooperation in the field of education. An open forum inviting participants to share their thoughts, ask questions, and engage in meaningful dialogues with the professors were also held. The day ended with a collective exploration of the potential for collaborative efforts within the Asia Network, fostering international partnerships and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. I now take this opportunity to welcome Professor Melissa Fitch, Professor Spencer Benson, and Professor Glenn Shive to be seated on the stage. And I also request Professor Glenn Shive to give us a brief opening remark.
Thank you. A brand new day, a beautiful day at Loyola Academy. Please. We are delighted to be here again, and we thank you so much for the hospitality that you show us. And we are looking forward to our second day together. And thank you for the summary for yesterday. Lots happened. I hope you were amongst the 100 people who were participating last evening in the Zoom program with Mukherjee from Minnesota, describing their exchange programs and how U.S.-India academic exchanges can proceed in the future. It looks like a bright future to me. So we were delighted with that evening program, and it sets us up well for today's program. I want to special thanks to Father Joji, who's with us this morning, but has to go to Cochin for the Xavier board meeting. Very important, and so thank you, Father, and best wishes on your next conference that is soon to happen. Very important indeed. I express our gratitude to all the people that have worked hard and creatively to gather us here, planning for a long time and bringing us into this lovely setting. And I felt we were at home with each other and in this space on this campus. And so I think will lead to new things. Today is, we will reverse the order of speakers that we had yesterday. So we start with Professor Fitch, and she is going to talk about skills for the 21st century. And you know her now as a very dynamic speaker and with great compassion for her students, and we look forward to that. After that, Spencer Benson will return to the dais, or actually the floor, I should say. And he is going to talk about teaching in the age of distraction. We know we are, and our students are, full of distractions, and life in the 21st century is very crowded with noise of various kinds. And how do we get through to our students, and how do we motivate them to study towards their future? So those are the two presentations this morning. I think will be very rich, and that will lead us to a second round of small group meetings in the back of the room. These were very dynamic yesterday. Lots of energy emerges, lots of creativity. We will ask for a slightly changed configuration of people, so you meet new people and talk with new people. We will follow up on the themes that our speakers open with, and then we will have lunch. And then we have a kind of something new, some experiment, I should say, called ORID, objective, reflective, interpretive, decisional. I'll explain that later, but it is a process for focused discussion, bringing in inclusively the ideas of the many levels of intelligence that we all have. So it's some research done about discussion, and discussion is important in all our classrooms, in all our teaching, and we'll try this ORID experiment this afternoon. See what you think. So the afternoon will have further sessions, but we'll get to there very soon. So without further ado, I would like to hand this lovely microphone, or you have one anyway. You don't need this one. So Melissa, would you carry it forth? Why don't I give it, you want to make some
I'll actually make it very short. First, I want to thank everybody for returning. In the US, often when we do a 2-day piece, particularly when the first day was that much work and intensity, and I'm impressed. The second day we have about 20 to 30% people show up. I'm truly impressed about the dedication of the faculty here. This is really heartwarming to see on this piece. I think we'll have an interesting day today. It'll be a little shorter. We're not going to actually, you're probably approaching cognitive load on this. We've given you a lot of stuff to do. The second piece, I want to again thank people. I think the highlight for me yesterday was being able to walk around and see you engage with each other. I've done workshops in many, many places and probably done several hundred by now for faculty. The one truth is that me or others standing up in front of PowerPoints are simply providing information. The real change in learning occurred in the back when you were talking to each other on this. So this really was set up as workshops, not lectures on that. So again, thank you. Have a great day. Meet new people. And again, thank you. And I think we'll try to catch you up. We won't delay the program, and I'm pretty good at catching up. So I'm going to, I think we'll now adjourn and let Melissa enlighten us further.
Thank you, professors. I now invite Professor Melissa Fitch. Professor will now enlighten us on skills students will need for life and careers in the 21st century, meeting student and society expectations. Over to you, Professor.
you, the lavalier, only because I use my hands a lot. You might have noticed yesterday when I speak, I use my hands all the time. So it's always a little hard for me to have something in my hand. First of all, I want to apologize for those of you that saw that I left early yesterday. I'm the one who came the furthest to be here, and so the time difference is 12 and a half hours, and I couldn't keep my eyes open beyond 4 o'clock, basically. So I apologize. It sounded like it was a wonderful session. Check. Nope, doesn't sound like it. Yes? Nope. Okay. Okay, good. Here. So, here we go. I was thinking a lot about our conversations yesterday. And so many things that I learned from you all, and so many things that were said in the conversations. As Spencer said, it's the conversations that really bring home all of these different things that we are thinking about in terms of transforming higher education. So I want to backtrack on a couple of things initially before heading into the new topic for today, which is very closely related to the one from yesterday. I was thinking about this quote. You know, Spencer had all these quotes yesterday. I don't think I had any at all. So I had quote NB. I thought this is the way AI feels, I think, for a lot of us. In having to grapple with AI in the classroom, we are actually realizing just how little we know, and at the same time it's exciting because of the possibilities. So this quote has got to be one of my very favorite ones. It's usually, actually you see this a lot of times with graduate students. When they begin to get a lot of knowledge, they get very excited about sharing how smart they are all the time. And then as they go through their career, they realize little by little just how much further there is to go and how little they know. So one of the questions that came for me yesterday, that someone gave yesterday, had to do with the service learning project. I don't know if that person is here, but that was a great question. And it was, how do you measure service learning? And that's really important. So that's why I wanted to return to this that we didn't have a chance to look at yesterday. And this is how you do it, basically. You have to identify with your students the problem in the community. I shared with you one from my own community. The students have to conceive of a plan to address the issue. This is important, that the students do this, that you're not giving the student the solution, you're actually asking them to come up with, in discussion, a plan to address it. Then you have to address it. But if you're honest, there are probably going to be weak spots, which means you have to go back to the drawing board and find out how you can address those weak spots, and then do so. The ultimate goal is that you can have measurable outcomes. You can actually show what was achieved. So this is the ideal. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, the whole point of community outreach is that there are things that are intangible. There are things that nourish the soul. Do we always have to prove everything? Do we always have to measure everything? And of course, the answer is no, this is all part of community service, but by the same token, you have to realize the role that something like this plays in the future of the students, because they will be able to point to this when they're looking for a position in the future, for example. And if someone says, share with me something that you did when you were at Loyola Academy that demonstrates your skills, the student will be able to share that. But not only that, we were talking yesterday about scholarship, and we were talking about teachers. As teachers, we need to be able to show these things to each other, to inspire each other, and also they are key for our promotion and eventual tenure if you're in that kind of a position, a tenure eligible position. So there are many different reasons you need to have a very clear record of exactly what you're doing. Now, remember yesterday, one of the things we discussed was failure and the importance of failure. Because you might be looking at us and thinking, wow, look, they've done all these things and how great and how successful. But we all have had many failures. And let me just tell you a couple of mine with community service. The first time I did a community service activity with my students was in Spain. And I had thought I was directing the program in Spain, and I thought I'm going to have my students pair with the elderly. And because the problem is that many of the elderly were living in nursing homes and they were very lonely. My students were there and they were living in Spain. They needed to practice their Spanish, and better yet, they needed to learn more about Spanish culture and Spanish history. So I had, in retrospect, one of the stupidest ideas I've ever had in my life, and that was that I told my students who paired up with the elderly, ask your person to talk about the Spanish Civil War and what happened with the Spanish Civil War. This will be really interesting for you to learn about the history. Well, as you might imagine, what could be a more painful topic for many of these elderly individuals? So it resulted in situations in which you might have someone who's sitting there crying, talking about how their entire family had died in the Civil War. You see, my intentions were good, and it was a resounding failure because I wasn't thinking very clearly. And of course, in that case, even addressing the problem, it was a bit late, too late. As we say, a day late, a dollar short, to save a situation. And the students, meanwhile, were so confused because of this response. It was just not thought through very carefully. I shared with you yesterday the community service project that I did last year in South America with my students in Chile, and I gave them a list of all of the different possible issues that we could address collectively in Chile. The one they all agreed on was animal rescue, and that's great, except for I've spent the entire semester listening to students complain about how dirty they would get when they would be cleaning the dog poop and everything else. I mean, so it's not even like, even though there were results, you can point to the results, the students followed through on many things. It was by no stretch of the imagination an ideal situation. It was frustrating oftentimes, and you'll find that too with the community service projects. Sometimes the community member gets frustrated because the students don't show up on time, or they show up but they don't really feel like working or doing anything. So there are a number of issues that could arise. When it works well, then it's phenomenal. When there are issues, they have to be addressed immediately, and that could be challenging. So I just want to show you, as a way to demonstrate the digital documentation, when the students made the decision of animal rescue, what I did was I found different organizations and presented this video to the people who were in the different organizations to explain who we were and what we wanted to do. So I'll show you some of this, just some of this, not too much, and then we'll go on. Now, there are things that are in Spanish here, but let me just tell you, what I'm doing is, you see my students in Chile and South America, and then I have a proposal. We are a group of students, we're here, we want to work at your animal refuge place, and this is what we have to offer. This number of hours that the students will be working, this number of possible, all the students had a different major and they had to use their major in some way to benefit the organization. So this was the initial thing, and my university had given me money to donate to the organization as well. So thank you so much for just being up here. Oh, good. Okay. So this, by the way, is traditional Chilean music, if you're interested. Oh, we're not getting it. Can you turn it up? My cat travels with me, so this is my cat, and I said he was our advisor. Yeah, he didn't come to India, you guys, I'm sorry. So these are my students. So what is it we have in common with people in Chile? We love animals. So this is where we ended up working. You can see the situation was pretty grim. So some of my students did flyers for animals to be adopted. Almost all of them worked at these different centers of cleaning and feeding and playing with the animals. They did promotional things to solicit what was needed for the organization. They interviewed community members about the importance of the issue. They got donations. They brought the donations in. So the students who study art were good at that, were able to use those skills. The students who write well were able to use those skills. Everyone brought their own angle to this. So this is where I'm saying what we have to offer. Just a list of everything we're going to do. I just love that ending. But so the point is, by having some sort of something that you can show, it is going to be helpful to you to document for your own supervisors, for your own department head, what you're working on. But also, each of the students that did this had their own activity that they were able to share, that documented what they did. They interviewed people, they did promotional, they did like animal adoption, they had tables out to get donations, they did many different things. So that's what my answer is. That's a more complete answer to the question yesterday about how you assess and how you document the community service aspect. This is what I aspire to do today. Some of it is a repetition of yesterday because I really want to, as you all know, repeat the things that are most important so that you leave remembering some of these things. What you're going to be able to do today is have strategies that you can use tomorrow that will connect each of your students and what they study to your course content and ideally to their future. You are going to be able to, as yesterday, see how this connects to the India UGC and also to the UN educational goals, okay? And ultimately, you will be able to move forward with these very simple strategies that will require very little work on your part, just a little bit of time to implement that are going to make a really, really big difference to the students. That's what I hope the takeaway was yesterday from my presentation. You can do some things that are very small and that have a huge impact on our students. Oh, okay. So to begin with, oh, it's because of that. So I'm going to start with a mystery. The mystery was this. Is mine on now? Yes. Okay. So the mystery is this. I got an email message that said in the subject heading, "The cake was made of cheese." And I had no idea what that meant. The cake was made of cheese, and I didn't recognize the name of the person that sent it to me. And I thought, as spam goes, that's kind of a weird thing, right? You don't see something that says the cake was made of cheese. When I looked at this message, it turned out, if you could go to the next slide, it was from this guy who was in the very first class I ever taught in 1987. The very first class I ever taught, this kid was in the class, and I had a kind of crazy idea because I felt very sad that the students were away from their families for the first time. So I thought, every time a student has a birthday, I'm going to acknowledge it in class, and we will all wish the person a happy birthday. So apparently, because I didn't remember doing this, when it was this kid's birthday, I came with a cheesecake that said, "Happy birthday, Mateo." And it took him 25 years to thank me for that. Okay, but he did. So in other words, when I read the message, thank you, when I read that message, what he said is, you had no way of knowing this, but I was all alone. And it was my first time away from my family. Nobody knew it was my birthday. I, of course, had access to the records, so that's why I knew. He said, nobody knew it was my birthday. He said, and then you show up with this cake, and everyone is singing happy birthday to me. He said, so I just tracked you down so that I could say thank you. And I thought, boy, okay, you know, if any of my students now should be thankful for something, I will be already in the grave, so it'll be too late probably. But the point is, these things that sometimes we do and we're not even thinking about them, but that acknowledge our students as individuals, can ultimately be so meaningful, even if they don't mention it at the time, okay? So today the focus is going to be on work and how work connects to what they're doing and their level of motivation in the class. But I want to revisit, yeah, we can go on. I want to revisit that in a moment, but only after you take a second to think about a great student that you had. And by the way, that student that you saw, Matthew, wasn't the best student, but he was really memorable. He had a very memorable personality. And so sometimes it's not the super brilliant student that sticks in our mind. But I want you to take a moment to say to your neighbor, tell your neighbor about a student that you had who really just stood out. I want it to be a student who stood out for positive reasons, because I don't want us to be dwelling on any kind of negative thing. I want you to think about that student. Why was that student so remarkable? Why was that student so great? And are you still in contact with him or with her? So take a couple of minutes and tell the person next to you about that great student. I just realized I have toothpaste on me. I didn't have a mirror in my room. Like, I'm such a disaster. The wrong dad. So I kind of want to...
Nobody will notice.
Is it?
Right there.
Oh my God. I'm just a disaster, Spencer. But you know...
Yeah, no, it's easy.
Now I've got a big wet
No,
spot.
this is why I never, when I first started teaching, I used the chalkboard. And by the time I had left, like I have handprints.
Yeah, I know. I've had people that do that too. Can I have the microphone? Okay. Okay. So you guys, I'm not sure which one to use. So you guys have had some pretty amazing students, I guess, huh? It was positive, right? That was the assignment, that it was a good experience, okay? Who wants to share something about that amazing student that they had? And if they're still in contact, yes, you want to go ahead? And then you will go next.
Good morning, ma'am. So I just want to tell you about when I was teaching in Women's Christian College, Chennai. So it's a college of girls where you get a lot of love from their end. So I remember one girl whose name was Shruti. So I had to leave the job and come back to Hyderabad because I got married to a Telugu person. So I came here and one fine day I get a parcel with a gifts. This is the image, and she wrote something like this. She said that it takes a big heart to help shape little minds. And she said, I should have given the gift long ago. It took me a while, but thank you so much for bearing me for 3 years.
Oh, that's amazing.
And one more thing she wrote, she gave me this pen set. So she said, the one who introduced to the world of designing, and the one who earned our heart so soon. So that is the best thing ever.
Okay, well, that deserves applause. We have one, then we'll go to you just a second, I promise. These are the sorts of things that we cherish. We will never become wealthy as teachers. It's just not going to happen. But this is really why we do what we do.
Good morning, everyone. So there are actually many students who are best and who are in touch with me. But I can pick up two. One is Megha, who's an NCC cadet in Loyola, and another one is Ram. So whenever I go to a tribal visit or for my PhD research, Ram is like my younger brother. Who comes along with me for my research, who capture the pictures and also, and for every Mother's Day, Guru Purnima and Raksha Bandhan, they all make sure that they wish me. And there are a lot of memories where I also be in touch with them outside the college, yeah.
That's beautiful. Applause. Aplauso, por favor. Aplauso, aplauso. We have here, and then I will go to you.
Madam, I am Usha from Maristella College, Vijayawada. I had 33 years of experience, and I have many students. Many of them have wished me on Teachers' Day, but I have one student studied MPC 20 years back. Till now, she is now working in Baba Atomics Research Center as a scientist. Till now, on my birthday, she is the first one to wish me. Early morning, before 5 o'clock, she gives the wishes. All the 20 years I received the message, madam. I never forget her.
That's amazing. I mean, the students are amazing, but actually this is a testament to you, and of course to you and to you, because you're inspiring the students. Okay, we'll hear one more, and then I'm actually going to have to tell you something important. I don't know.
Good morning, ma'am. My student, whom I feel he's a remarkable guy. He's a student in 2006. He discontinued his final year before going for the selections in army. He took the blessings of mine. His name is Chari. He's still today, he's touch with me. But the thing what I always, he always thinks about the society. Recently, 4-5 years back, there was a danger situation in Hyderabad, where they came to know that bombs were being placed, and people should not move to those particular areas. So it was a secret mission. So the mission which was dealing by army people. So he pinged me up in the late night, 1 o'clock. And he silently told me, ma'am, be careful, don't go anywhere with your family, and also please say to the known people of yours so that we want to save the Hyderabadis. And this is what a secret information which we have received. So please share it. And later, after 4-5 days, even in the news, I came to know that the bombs were diffused and people are saved in Hyderabad. So this is how till today I remember him.
That is amazing. What do you guys think? I think we have the best job in the entire world. I feel sorry for anyone that doesn't have our job. I always just do. I always just feel sorry for them because we have these experiences that are so rich and so beautiful. Thank you. Are you gonna here? Hold on. Okay. Now that we're all happy thinking about our great students, I want to give you a couple of ideas of what we need to do. This is a review from yesterday. We remember the United Nations wants us to be student-centered, dynamic, collaborative, and creative. So we've got to give the United Nations what they want, all of them. How many countries is it? 170. Beyond that, we've got our UGC, our India aspirational goals with regard to what we do with students, okay? Discovery-oriented, again, learner-centered, okay? So this week was something we talked about yesterday. We have to get off the stage. We have to learn to shut up, which as professors, as any of you who've been to faculty meetings know, is a real challenge for many of us. We're used to talking, right? We have to be listening more carefully to our students. We have to be discussing with them and allowing them to form a learning community, as was my focus yesterday. And we have to not leave aside the notion of joy and making it enjoyable. And that notwithstanding the fact that yesterday something was brought up that was also very important about discipline. So enjoyable doesn't mean that you don't have standards or that you don't have to deliver some bad news occasionally about a student's skill set. But there are ways of doing that that are kind, and I'm sure you've all had experiences, I know I have in the past when I was growing up with educators who did it in a very cruel way. I mean, there are ways of doing things that are not mean. So basically, it's not out of a sense. Okay, here we go. Even though this is the Loyola Academy mission statement, for any of you, by the way, who saw us when we first arrived and had a tour of the campus, it might have been amusing because I was taking pictures of all the signs. And I do this, not just here, I do this everywhere I go. When I see things I'm excited about, and I was really excited about the vision statement of Loyola Academy. And I wanted us to keep that in mind. I'm keeping it in mind. Many mission statements are similar, but at the same time, it would be worthwhile, as we discussed actually this morning at breakfast, everyone should have their own mission statement too. It's not just for institutions. But when we look at this social commitment and value-based leadership, once again, we're going back to these themes over and over again, cultivating that idea of a purpose-driven life based on values, okay? Global citizens, which we addressed yesterday as well, compassionate commitment. So this is our guiding light. And the fact that you have it on the campus here means that the students get to see this and you all get to see this. If I asked anyone, professors or students at my university, if they know what the mission statement of the university is, I guarantee 99.9999% of them would say they have no idea. They would even probably say, we have a mission statement? Okay, this is, yeah. Okay, so here we go. Studies have demonstrated that students are more successful with achieving course outcomes in classes where their professors know them. We discussed this yesterday, right? But also the students, the professors know what they're planning on doing, what their career path is, okay? And what their interests are, because they're not always one and the same. They are also more successful at achieving the outcomes when they can see the relevance of what they are doing to their future. For those of us who teach in the humanities, we always get this question, why does this matter? Why do I have to know about Latin American film to do fill in the blank, right? If they can't make that connection, then it's hard for them to remain interested and motivated. But here's the thing, this is the good news. This is the good news. We don't have to spoon feed that to them. You know how they say that, like, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach him to fish and he'll eat for a whole life, or whatever the expression is, okay? It has to come from them to be lifelong and meaningful in terms of generating what that relevance is. Thanks to ChatGPT, it's very easy to just ask that question. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see if it would do that. So I was playing around with my ChatGPT. I had nothing better to do, and I was saying, what does a language major at the university have to do with scarcity of water resources, for example, okay? And it was remarkable because a whole list of things came up that would have taken quite a while to find a connection, perhaps. But the idea is the student has to generate this. They can use ChatGPT, they can go to Google, they can do whatever it is. When they make the connection, and this could be built into your syllabus, by the way, when they make the connection and they are able to articulate that connection, that's when they are hooked. When they're not hooked is when we are spoon feeding them, well, this is what it is, Johnny, this is what no, it has to come from them, and they can easily do this. So you don't even have to do any additional work. Each one of them is going to have to approach it from their own career plans and discipline, what the course does. Moving on. So here we go. These are the strategies. And by the way, I know you're taking pictures and that's fine, but these PowerPoints, I've given permission to just post them. You'll all be able to look at them and to, not that maybe you would be that excited to do so, so maybe a picture is better, but you'll be able to go back and review any of these things. These are just some of my ideas. Many of these, by the way, come from a few books that have been published recently about active teaching and memory and recall and all of these things. One of them is Small Teachings. It looks like Spencer's not here. I'm sure Spencer's aware. It's called Small Teaching, then Small Teaching for Online. Small teaching in the sense that these are little things that make a very big difference for the students. So you can have the students find out what their major has to do with their career, or what the course you're teaching has to do with also your major and their future career plans. You can have them write a short essay about this as well. Again, the idea is that they are generating an answer. They're having to define what the connection is. You can make, and I do this with all of my students, a 15 to 20 minute meeting mandatory with you. So instead of just having office hours and saying, hey, come by if you want, make it 3% of the course grade that they're going to have to come in, you're going to have a conversation, and they're going to be telling you what that connection is between their future plans and what is happening in the class, okay? What are the connections that they have discovered in their own research? Again, discovery, autonomy, and coming from them. Build into the syllabus a project in which they can illustrate that connection. Now, it kind of connects to this idea of universal design, and this also connects to one of the questions yesterday. What if I have a student that it doesn't do whatever, isn't interested in giving a class presentation or doing something? If you give students a range of options in order to demonstrate this, then they will choose the one that resonates the most with them, and this will make them also more invested in it. Because you didn't say, everyone's going to do this. You said, you've got 5 ways to show this, that you've mastered this, that you know this. Which have you chosen? That means a great deal. So I have examples, things that my students did. All of my students were given a choice for that community outreach course last year. One did a podcast, one did a video, one wrote an essay about it. You could have them do a class presentation if they're particularly extroverted. That might be the way they would. But in any event, what they have to do in that project is illustrate the connection. You can make them co-facilitators in the class by just asking them to generate 1 or 2 questions for your exams. And then you pick the ones that you like the best. Again, this is about getting them invested in it. It's also a good review for them. Because you say, go back over the PowerPoints of what we've been covering. Come up with 2 questions that you think would be great for a midterm examination. And then you have a pool of questions. These are usually quite well written. When I've done this, this works beautifully. And the students feel like they're invested, they're involved, they're part of the whole process. Again, so it's not just from you to them, it's saying, okay, how are we going to work together for you to demonstrate your knowledge, okay? The personal learning network. This is kind of where I was going yesterday also with the learning community. When you have peers that inspire you, then it becomes a situation where you're inspiring each other. It could be peers, it could be colleagues, could be family members. But the idea is that these are the people that are going to nurture your growth, spiritual, intellectual growth. Those are the people that should be part of your network. If you have anybody who's not in some way serving that beautiful function in your life and you're serving it in theirs, then you might want to rethink that relationship. If it's something that's bringing you down or either pulling you down or taking away from an enriching thing. If somebody's saying, well, why are you doing that? That's such a stupid idea, okay? We want people who are going to encourage us, ideally. So, you all have had students that you're still connected with, and so the idea is to then be able to connect some of those former students with some of your current students who are interested in the similar thing. I've had students now who have gone on to become doctors and lawyers and everything across the spectrum, educators, activists. So when I have a student now who says, I'm interested in X, I say, let me give you an email or the WhatsApp of a student of mine that finished 10 years ago who's now a lawyer in New York City, or who's now doing this. My former students love this because they feel like they're the mentor, and the current students have then a path that a previous student has taken. So we need to nurture those relationships with our former students. The ones that we really loved, okay? The ones that you didn't like so much, yeah, okay, best of luck, right? But the ones that you love and the ones that you keep in contact with, they're gonna be amazing resources for your students right now. Finally, one possible thing you could do is have students make a connection to the relevance of what you're studying in the course. By looking online, they could come up with something, a video, they could find a resource, they could read something, and then perhaps in the first couple of minutes of class, they will need to share it with a colleague. This is what I found, this is how it relates to this course, because we want to make sure that our students understand that what we're doing is completely relevant to the present moment. So in other words, no more of these classes where we're only discussing something from so long ago and there's no connection to what we're doing. We can make anything connect to the present moment, and more importantly, our students can make that connection. So we can go on to the next one. You could have the students do an end of the course presentation, and by presentation I'm thinking really broad here because they can decide on how they want to do that, in which they need to discuss their most important core value, have a personal mission statement for their own life, their professional plans, as I told you, my students are required to do that, that align that vision and their values with the future. The dream that I shared with you, one of them, the dream for the future, the pie in the sky dream for the future, and finally, they have to come up with a quote, or if they've seen a quote that they think will inspire their peers. That would be amazing as a presentation, no? And you can connect it to what was done in the class. The next slide. So I'm going to show you this video. I haven't updated it, but these are some of my former students. The pictures are kind of, some of them are a little fuzzy, but to give you the idea of what my students have gone on to do in life, and it's pretty remarkable. The reason this is so important to me is when I was an undergraduate, I went to an advisor, and I said to the advisor, I have enough credits to get my degree in Spanish literature or women's studies. I said, which of those, I said, I have to pick, I don't want to spend another year at the university, I have to pick one of these. Which of these do you think would be more valuable for me for the future? And he looked at me and there was a very long pause, and he said, and I quote, "They're both useless." And all I could think of was, okay, it's been 4 years, but I will never, ever, ever say to a student that what they have studied is useless. And exactly the opposite. My whole life has been devoted to showing my students how no matter what their major is, they're going to find something that lights them up. And that's where we want to go. So these are some of my former students. Is the video. Pretty cool, huh? These are students, I look at this and I still get teary, just looking at those beautiful faces. So these are just some of the students. The problem is they keep on achieving more things and sending me more information, and like the song is gonna go on for an hour if I keep on adding more and more students. Let's go on to the next slide. Can we get out of that? Here we go. So I realized that I wanted to be an educator the moment I walked into the classroom for the very first time. I had never thought I wanted to be a teacher, but there was just something about it, and a lot of you said the same thing yesterday. Like you just knew there was a click, and that was what Glenn was getting at when he asked us the question. But then I said, this is what I want to do with my life. What does that mean in terms of education? What do I need to do? So I went to the graduate advisor and he said, you need a master's and a PhD to teach. You will to teach at the university level. And I said, but I don't understand, what exactly do you do when you do scholarship? So this was his answer. If you go on to the next thing. He said that as scholars in the humanities, it is our job to carefully, even painstakingly examine the cultural narratives that surround us. You can imagine my face. I was 22 and I'm going, all I want to do is teach, and I have to do what? Every detail, every word, sound, and image is charged with substance and meaning. This is our intellectual endeavor, and we train our students to do the same thing, to better understand the world around us. So my reaction when he told me this was that. I was like, that sounds so boring. I can't even believe that I have to do that to teach. I have to do that to teach? Can't I just teach? And he said, no, you have to do that, okay? But then I thought about it, and I realized, the more I thought about it, that this was actually really quite exciting. If you can go on to the next slide. I realized that as a scholar in the humanities, and again, scholars in the humanities will never become rich, but the richness is in what we do. We're a combination of Indiana Jones, okay, because it's sort of an adventure, Sherlock Holmes, because we're following clues to make some sort of an interpretation about what we see. And do you guys have Dora the Explorer here? You do know she's a little Mexican-American girl just like me. Right, so Dora, so combination of Dora, Indiana Jones, and I thought, whoa, get out, I'm gonna be paid to do that? And then I get to be with students on top of it? This is amazing, what a job. Again, I feel sorry for anyone that can't do this. So let's keep on going. One of the ways we keep students engaged in our classes is by being passionate about what we're doing. But how can we be passionate about what we're doing if we're exhausted, right? Because you're working really hard and you have families and you're grading papers and there are so many things happening in the world. You need to also reignite your own passion for what you do. You can go on to the next thing. This is a list of ways to engage students, and if you see, the number one thing here is be passionate about what you do, because that is contagious. The students who maybe never even thought about the major will become very excited if you're excited and you think that what you do is amazing, okay? The other things we've discussed at various points, vary your teaching, engage with all of these other things we have discussed. I really wanted to focus on that first one, and you will be able to take a look at the list later on if we can go to the next slide. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to tell the person next to you what you're gonna do, what you do to recharge that battery so that when you walk in the classroom, you're excited and you're happy and you're ready to go, instead of just kind of dragging in there and looking at the students and say, oh man, okay? So if you aren't doing something, then say what you are going to do. Take a moment to do that right now. This is important, you guys. Think about it. Oh yeah. Oh, I know. Okay, we're good. We're almost at the end. I'm almost at the end. Okay. The funniest comment I ever had on teaching evaluations, one student wrote, "What does this woman eat?" Because I'm always so excited and I have so much energy. They were like, "Can we just unplug her?" Anyway, you might be thinking the same thing. Somebody tell me what you're going to do to recharge. You guys have, oh, here we go. Let's go. What do you, oh, I don't have the microphone.
It's okay.
Okay,
I
good.
can speak. By God's grace, from my parents, highly positive. So never my battery became weak. That's the first one.
Ah.
And followed by, yes, my students with their energy.
Good.
That is when we are very much involved in the social things. Okay, as you are talking about whatever you do, whatever you showed, I also did.
There you go.
But I never put it in the video of such a kind. So I wanted to ask you, how do you maintain this record? How did you maintain this?
Says you have no idea. Yeah, that's gonna be a very long conversation.
All the list, almost all the lists I do.
Yeah, good. That's great. Yes, I will be happy to share that with you at some other point today. But it was so hard. Now it's much easier because as our students know who make TikTok videos, it's become extremely easy to make videos, and it's very valuable to do that because it inspires your present students when they see what the past students have done. So, anybody want to share what they're going to do to energize themselves?
So yeah, good morning everyone. So firstly, I feel we all come with different emotions and moods to the college, to the workplace, at home something happens, we come back. But I would like to tell in the workplace, we definitely relate with the students, but also with our colleagues who are our friends here. So I would like to tell, this is the whole gang we are sitting here. We all meet in the morning. Before we go to our first hour to the class, we always meet in the staff canteen. Many people might notice us in the staff canteen in the morning. So maybe somehow we all will cherish or we share what we gone through in the last night, what happened, or in the morning, something, good or bad, everything. And because of that, somewhere when you share with someone, no, it will become again a normal. A day will start with a very good note and you will go to the class, of course you will be recharged for sure. So I give credit to all of this. Yeah.
Everybody should do that. Let's see, we're going to go to that end. Don't we have? Yes? Everybody wants to share it.
Basically, I go to class and first I reach to their level, asking about what movies did you watch, what cricket matches that you have watched, what are the latest movie releases, so that they will be excited and reach to my level, and we go on with the next topic.
That's brilliant. Yes, definitely. Definitely good to start on a high note like that, because then everyone's happy and laughing, and then you say, oh, by the way, now we're going to get to the work. Okay? Yes, go ahead. We'll have one more. And then you can tell me later. I don't think we can. I've been told that I'm going over.
Good morning, Professor. This is Dr. P. Mahendra. When we reach gate, trees welcomes us. Nature. So with seeing a beautiful nature here, we will recharge itself.
That's true. That is true, and studies have shown. Studies have shown that nature, gang, hey, pollitos, vamos, chicos, ya. Hey, you guys, I've got to finish up here. Studies have shown, my students make fun of me because I always start every sentence with that. Dear students, studies have shown that nature, being part of nature, and actually even just seeing nature, improves us psychologically, it improves our mood. It puts us in a good place, in a calm place. So let's keep on going. One final thing, and you know what, I think we'll save this because as my dear colleague Glenn has reminded me, I'm a little bit over time. There's going to be another breakout session later, and you will be able to think about this and discuss it with your group later. Of the strategies that I shared with you today, which one or ones do you think you might be able to use? And then think about why it resonated with you. I think that might be it, isn't it? Yes? Next one? I'm sorry, one tiny thing here. Just as a note, sometimes we notice that our students, we have a student that maybe is having a hard time. And I want you to be very careful about referring those students to the counseling services on your campus, because it is tragic many times, especially with this younger generation. There's a sense of loneliness, and we're not professionals. There are professionals that they can work with, so we need to give students the resources to do that. Okay, I think that was the last one. Let's see. Go. Did we achieve the objectives for the session? Yes! Okay, good, yeah. And finally, I forgot, I'm Mexican, you know, I have to talk about Frida Kahlo. Frida Kahlo said, somebody asked her, so, gee, must be hard not having any use of your legs, or having your use of your feet. And she said, I don't need my feet when I have wings to fly. So what I want to leave you with is this idea that as educators, this is our mission in life, providing our students with wings to fly. Thank you. There we go. We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, for the truly wonderful session, for giving us insights on the skills students need for life and careers, and also highlighting on the significance of identifying a problem in the community, conceiving of a plan to address the problem, and assessing the outcome. You have also stressed on the importance of personal learning network and listening to our students. It was indeed a very interesting and informative session. Thank you so much. In a world filled with distractions and disruptors, keeping students motivated is a challenge. We now invite Professor Spencer Benson to take over.
We're going to switch gears a little bit, but in the meantime, as we're setting up the tech, I want everybody to stand up, stretch, walk. You've been sitting for a long time. You need to get your blood circulating. I wanted the first slide. all the way to the beginning of it. That way. Catch me later. I think I have a connection for you. The clicker. Yeah, the other piece. I got it. Wait, maybe it may not have been in. No, oh, it wasn't. Okay, I think we'll get started. So we are going to switch gears a little bit and talk about two things, actually three. So we're going to talk a little bit about one of the challenges we have as teachers, but the challenges our students face because of the distractions that are around us. We swim and exist in a world filled with distractions. Next one. This is the roadmap. We're going to talk about disruptors and distractions. And then I'm going to spend some time because by training, I'm a scientist and I love science, so we're going to delve a little bit into neurobiology and cognitive science and learning science and review a little bit about our current understanding of the processes by which learning occurs and how distractions and motivations influence those processes. And then I'm going to end the session talking about perhaps what is the most challenging and least fun, at least for myself, of teaching, and that is assessment. I hate grading, and I don't like building tests, but I do like using grades and assessments as a motivational tool as well as a measurement tool. Next slide. So you can click through. Oh, no, should go back. Go forward on this one. No, forward. One more, one more, one more, one more, one more, one more, Stop. So we talked about this yesterday. These are all distractors or disruptors. But disruptors and distractors are related on that. So disruptors can be very positive, but they are what we sometimes refer to as dual use. So they have a positive side and a negative side on it. And our role is to figure out how to use them in a positive fashion on that. Next slide. So distractions, as I said, are around us everywhere. It is part of human nature because as humans, in fact, as mammals, not just humans, we are curious. And which means we are flooded with stimuli and input of a huge magnitude. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose because all of these stimuli, which we are physiologically designed to collect, can actually be distractions. So what I want to do, next slide, is back up one on it. I want you to think as an educator and in your classes, what are the key distractions or some of them for your students on that? So think about it. Next slide. We're going to give you 3 minutes to do this. Next slide. I want you to make a list. Work with the people around you. It should get really, really noisy in here if this is working. And make a list of the distractors you have to deal with in your classroom. And I'm particularly interested whether distractors are universal and whether the students at a Christian college in India have the same distractions as the students at the University of Maryland or the University of Macau. So 3 minutes, come up with a list. Go. Back up one. One more. There's your prompt. Yeah, it doesn't. I think the battery's off. No, it's not working. The green light's not on. No. I got it. Yeah. You got about another 30 seconds or so. You have
Good habits.
yeah, more. Yeah. That's okay. We're going to collect some. One of the things I noticed here that was different, and I'm careful now when I do these types of slides, I've come up with a list in my classes on it, particularly undergraduate classes. Many students, and your students probably as well, just pull out their smartphone and type it in and ask their favorite search engine to come up with this. You were very good. You actually used your mind. So let's start here. Give me two, just two.
Digital media, the social media notifications, and the relationships and mental stress. There are many.
Social media, Anna?
Good morning, Professor. Making new relationships is distraction.
Good morning, Professor. This is Professor Dhanam from St. Joseph's. I feel they don't have physical activity and they feel lazy that distracts them. Also, their retention span and parental issues could be another reason.
Okay. This row, give me one.
Good morning, Professor. Social media, that is, I identified from my students first.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot on social media. Another one, other than social media.
Poor listening skills.
Another one.
Or there is no interest in the course what they are pursuing when they have no interest in it.
Lack of interest, or I'm going to rephrase that. I think a better way of thinking of an inability, or they don't see the relevance. Absolutely.
Physical and emotional changes in their life.
Yes, life.
Hormonal imbalance.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go on. Is there one last burning one that somebody wants to add?
The class is not interesting, they get distracted, or their peer students try to distract them.
Right. And this is really what Melissa was very much talking about, making it relevant and interesting. Here's the problem: if you have 20, 40, 100, 200, or 400 students, no matter what you do, some of them are not going to be interested in it.
I feel no uniform dress code can be a distraction. They follow the fashion more than being in the part to learn.
So there are many distractions, and one of the things that I do as an educator, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, is to ask students to work on a list. Now, I could have just used this slide and told you these, but in point of fact is, you came up with many, many of them on it. And when you do this in a class, it reinforces the idea that often they have knowledge, they just haven't connected on that. It also requires them to shift modes from a passive learner to an active learner. I'll tell you one of the very important, if you do this, and I strongly encourage you to do this, if you do this and do not leave the front of the class, it does not work, because you have not become part of that community. And they will talk about everything else except for the people in the front row who are always in the front row on that, and the people in the back. So you have to move into the class when you do this. And I always, whenever I lecture, even in fixed seating, I never lecture from a podium. One, I'm scared because I have walked off. on that. But you need to do that. And when you do that, it helps to engage the students. One other piece you will notice, since I get to lecture, notice how much space I get in this room. I get about a third of it. How much space do you get? Space is power on it. It's an unconscious piece. That means it is my class, I am the power, sit there and be passive. So this is why I really like, and it changes the dynamics when we go from here to back there. Watch what happens. Back there, Glenn doesn't have a third of the space. He only has about this much between the tables. So we've converted many, many classrooms in the US to active learning classrooms that are no longer this type of seating, but in fact, round tables. So these are some of the ones that you can find if you ask the computer or ask the internet. Technology, multimedia, smartphones, social media, videos, all of those are distracting, or can be. They can also be quite powerful learning tools. We use all of those on that. I often ask my students when I'm teaching to take out their smartphone and look something up for me on it. Environment is critical. I have taught in some of the worst classrooms in the world, and I've taught in some of the best ones. Space matters. A colleague of mine has worked for more than 10 years on learning spaces with high-level architects in the US and designing learning spaces. So it makes a difference. Things like noise, the amount of outside noise, the amount of inside noise. The acoustics are critical. Temperature, if it's too hot or too cold, it distracts. And movements on that. So you have to be careful with slides and pieces. If there's too much movement, you are by nature attracted to movement. And that actually is hardwired into your DNA because once we were prey. Life. Students actually have a life outside your class. I know we like to think that but everything on the outside often comes in on that. And so relationships. The attraction among the different sexes makes a difference. That's why there are some advantages and disadvantages of single-sex institutions or single-sex classrooms. It changes those. Family relations on that. What's happening in their family can be incredibly distracting, and you will often not know that. On that sickness, on that. The pandemic pulled this to the forefront for us because then we are often more aware. Biases. There are biases everywhere in all cultures and they can be distracting. World events on that. Currently in the US, one of the major issues I'm following in the Chronicle, and I'm seeing lots of posts on it, is the issue of the Palestine-Israeli conflict piece and what's happening on campus. And it's very disruptive. Many universities, the Monday after the attack on Gaza, on Israel from Gaza, we canceled classes because of the traumatic pieces. So world events make a difference. Conflicts, news, and severe weather. Next slide. So I'm going to go one more. And we're switching gears. I'm going to talk now and put on my science hat, because this is part of a summary of what we know from neurophysiology, from cognitive science and learning science. And we've learned a tremendous amount about how learning occurs on it. And what I want to do is walk through this in part. So the stages of learning occur along a linear line for the most part. Students receive a sensory input or a stimulus. Could be voice, could be pieces. That comes into a part of the brain or their neurological system called sensory memory. And you can hold only 3 to 7 things. It is not infinite on that. It's called chunking in part. And that is the filter. That material is held for about 3 to 7 seconds. And it is decided at that point, it is either forgotten, but if it has the student's attention, it's moved, and it ends up in working memory. Working memory can hold, depending on the literature, 4 to 7 chunks of material. In the US, you will notice our US telephone numbers are 3 chunks. Mine is 240676 8808. Why is it in those? Because each of those allow me to quickly memorize it on that piece and others. If that is maintained and elaborated on, I repeat your name 5 times, then I have got it. I may remember it on that. And that material is held for somewhere between 5 and 15 seconds if you don't rehearse it. If you rehearse it, it's a cycle. So now it's another 5 seconds, another 5 seconds. And that is maintenance and elaboration. Maintenance and elaboration is one of the mechanisms by which students can more effectively learn. When they write something down after they've heard it is an elaboration. When you ask them to explain what was done in their own words, that was an elaboration. What you did yesterday in your small groups was an elaboration of what we had talked about in that. So elaboration helps to make that memory more permanent. That material then is moved into long-term memory, and those are the pieces that we hold on and memorize. Long-term memory, and that process of working memory to long-term memory is called encoding. And that encoding at the neurological cellular level means that your neurons built new bridges. I didn't put in a slide. We actually have a slide of learning occurring by the building of new neural connections. Those neural connections are transitory unless they're used. And the more that they are used, the more robust they become. I'll give you 2 examples. I did not have to think about how I tied my shoes this morning. I can tie my shoes in the dark automatically, and it requires no thinking. Why? Because I've done it tens, if not hundreds of thousands of times. My expectation, in fact, I know this because when I've traveled with my wife and friends, and we come to an area of the world where they wear saris, and my wife goes and buys one, she has no idea of how to put this on, right? So all of you ladies, think about the first time you had to put this on, right? Did you have to think about it this morning? No. Why? Because that. This is the same piece for learning of anything. So when students learn or engage, that reiteration physiologically changes that retrieval and encoding process. The retrieval process for a few of us here, one of the downsides of getting older is the retrieval process slows down. If you talk to older people, I do no longer have at my fingertips the memory capacity that I had 20 years ago. I may know I know this, but it may take me several minutes to retrieve it. Next slide. So what's learning? Learning is taking information, which is knowledge, resource, problem. Through motivation, you do activities that help to encode that information or construct it into a network and graft it onto existing information. And then you result in a product. That product might be a skill, the ability to do something, the ability to retrieve that information and spit it back on a test. On that. Things that increase that process are group collaborations. That's part of the reiteration process. And interactions. Next slide. Quick at one more. Motivation stimulates both of those arrows. Without motivation, those arrows may not occur. So that, to get your students to learn, is to help to get them motivated. One of the questions I often get asked when I've done faculty work development or teaching and learning workshops, I almost inevitably get the question, how do I motivate my students to learn? There's lots written on that, but it's really engagement and interest. Next, quick one more. So, one more. If there is no motivation, that sensory input is forgotten. If there's motivation, it moves it into working memory. If there's motivation, then there's the ability to elaborate, maintain this, retrieve, encode. How many people here play a musical instrument? How many people here play a music? Right. So, or how many people here play sports? Same piece, right? For sports, it's this practice and to motivate. Why do we do this? Because we're motivated for whatever reason. Most people cannot pick up an instrument and play it and play even well without the motivation of wanting to do it. Same with sports on that. So it's motivation drives this process. Next slide. We're going to recap because what I'm doing is doing the reiteration. To learn something, you need to see it multiple times. And in multiple forms, it's even better. Just memorizing is not learning. This is a slightly different representation, and it starts with stimuli. Next, one click. And if there's a tension, that stimuli is moved into sensory memory. Next slide. Now, one of the other factors that help you decide neurologically whether you're going to move that into working memory is, does it have value and interest? Those things that have value and presumed interest get moved in. Next click. Part of what value means, it has some anticipatory outcome or benefit. So if the student sees no benefit in being in this class other than they have to take it, it is very difficult to motivate them. If they see this as a mechanism or there's a motivation and an anticipatory outcome, then it has value. If they know that they must get through this class because they really want to be an accountant, a doctor, a dentist, a teacher, then there is a long-term outcome that they desire. Next slide, next click. And that results in learning. So if there's no value in the anticipatory outcome, then there is no value for them learning, and other stimuli win. As with everything in the world, It's not quite this simple. One more click. There are contributing factors. One is, if there's no elaboration or retention, you lose it. If you don't use it, you lose it on that. If the student has not gotten sufficient sleep, and this is very true for university students, then their ability to learn is degraded significantly. I remind all of my students, the night before the test, get a really good night's sleep. Stop studying 8 to 12 hours before. You need sleep to process. That process of learning actually requires sleep because there is a lot of mental activity. Water. If you're not hydrated, then your ability to make new neural connections is degraded. I allow all my students to bring water into exams. It's critically important on that piece from a neurophysiological standpoint. If they are hungry, they don't learn and they don't perform well. This is an issue for many students because food security is something that even in a country like the US, this is an issue for many students, both undergraduate and graduate. And of course, emotion. If there was a traumatic event in their life, in their family, in their relationships, then it degrades their ability to both learn and to perform on an assessment. So motivation is what drives learning and the process of focusing attention. Without motivation, they don't focus attention. If you don't focus attention, the neurological cognitive processes get shunted into non-learning. Next slide. This has been known for about 5,000 years. This is not new. In every culture, I'm sure there's one here for the culture of India. It is present in Native American culture. This one actually comes from a Chinese culture, and it goes as follows. Tell me and I forget. Show me and I may remember. So by showing you and telling you, it increases the probability that you will remember or learn. Involve me and I'll understand. The most powerful learning activity I know of, and it works in every case, is if a student has to teach something or present something to their peers, they almost always learn it at a very deep level. Because they have to, and two, they don't want to look back. Okay? Next slide. Okay, I'm going to stop here and let people kind of digest and ask if there are questions or comments. No. Okay.
Good morning, Professor. Here, how can we get attention on things, on especially studies?
The question is, how do one get one's attention? There are many ways on that. One is the slide that Melissa showed all help to do that. Other ways are I now have your attention by simply standing side of you. This works for students. I did this, and I want to point something out.
My observation is that, and even in other platforms also, I was discussing about it. There is a great demographic transition happening in India. When we were children, we were 4, 5, 3, something like that. But now it's single child or 2 children. Parents' motivations are very different. And sometimes the children are not at all focused. They are not interested in studies at all. What is that? They do not know the purpose of life. Okay. How to make them understand the purpose, concentrate. We accept whatever you said. Those are all distractions. But at the same time, identifying solutions is becoming difficult. So your inputs will be of great value.
I think there were 2 points here, and I'm hedging on the question because I don't have an answer because there isn't an easy one. But I want to thank you for pointing out the students are not us, and they have, and this was the piece from yesterday about different generations. I think the way to begin is you have to meet them halfway. What I see many of my colleagues do is the expectation is they must do it my way and come into how I've done it. And that's unfair, and they may not do that. It's understanding their piece as well. It's giving students agency and voice. Many of the things that Melissa showed are cases where you're giving students power and agency, and that helps. And that seems to go across generations, but it is very much of a challenge. I did this exercise and was quite careful and explicit in doing it. You'll notice when I asked, are there questions or comments? What happened was exactly what happens in your class. Nobody said anything. And the reason is students have quickly learned that if they don't say anything, you won't bother them and go back. So I often evaluate teaching. This is called wait time. And the average wait time in the US for a university person lecturing, when they ask, are there any questions, is approximately between 3 and 4 seconds on that. Turns out that's a little too short. I counted here, you were a little long. Normally at about 10 seconds, the students start wiggling around on that because this isn't supposed to be happening. And by about 12, somebody speaks up. This time it took 15. And this works every time on it. So I often tell working with new faculty, when you ask that, you got to stop and actually count. So I actually count because it feels like that 2 seconds feels like a minute and a half, but it's 2 seconds. Go ahead. This is a more fun one. You got to come up with one word. This is a game on it. Motivating students to learn is like, fill in the phrase.
Sir, it's a challenge.
Is like a challenge, okay? So motivating students to learn is like
is uh, like making a family accept you as a daughter-in-law.
Motivating students to learn is like
It's like talking to my grandmother, very challenging.
very talking to your grandmother. Over here.
These days, motivating students to learn is like my lifetime achievement.
Sometimes motivating students to learn is like facing some controversies and trying them to be on a right track also.
Motivating student to learn is like recharging your own batteries.
It's like a game. Sometimes we may win, sometimes we may lose.
Motivating students to learn is sometimes like a mother bird trying to coax chicks to fly, help them find their wings. It's difficult actually, but they'll find it.
It is very challenging, and I'm going to talk now a little bit about motivation. Next, if you could go to the next slide. Motivation is different from these. It's not just engagement and interest and goal setting and tenacity and self-efficacy. Next, one more click. It's often involved with all of these. So motivation is this process by which there's a desire to learn something or do something or be good at something or to win. Next slide. There's a lot of literature on motivation in many different areas on it. We often talk about motivation or classify it into intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. They're not always mutually exclusive. Intrinsic motivation is that self-motivation because that comes from within. It becomes from the desire that is within the person to learn something, to be good at something, to accomplish something. Extrinsic motivation is from external. The motivation may be, I want an A on this test. I want the promotion. I want tenure. I want to win on that. So intrinsic is often about knowledge, interest, and curiosity. We would love our students to be driven all of the time by intrinsic motivation. A few of them are, because they really have a desire to understand that. Next one. Often they're interested in grades and ranking on that. How well did I do? Where am I? Am I the best in the class? Am I the worst in the class? Next slide. This is a book I often go back to. It's now a number of years old. This is How People Learn Too. This is the second book from the National Academy of Sciences, a very high-level panel that looked at student learning. This is their definition. Motivation is a physiological state that serves to activate and sustain behavior that leads towards a goal. Sometimes you have to point out the goal and why this behavior is needed in terms of that. Next, one more click. Learning occurs, as I've told you, through active, sustained behavior towards a goal. Learning requires a sustained behavior on that. Retrieval, repetition, retrieval, repetition. Next, one more. So on this one, we often think about goals in two domains. They often overlap. And there are students and situations where there's mastery of a goal, and that's understanding and learning material for enjoyment, self-gratification, and progress towards a goal. To be a really good musician, to be really good at playing a sport, to be really good at cooking, to be really good at doing something you enjoy that gives you pleasure. Performance is the ranking. I want to be the best at this. I want to be the first person to do this. Those are both goals, but they are different pieces on that. One more. And remind you that they're not mutually exclusive, and I'll give you an example. Next slide. We're going to switch. Wait, hold on. This is a movie that came out a few years ago. It's National Geographic. It's very impressive. This is Alex Honnold, and that's him here. And he is one of the world's best free-form rock climbers. So when you rock climb free-form, means you do not have any safety net or ropes. It means if you fall, you're either hurt or dead on that. This is one of the most challenging free rock climbing faces in the world. It's called El Capitan. It's in the United States. And it's 924 vertical face rock, almost a kilometer straight up, just rock on that. Free solo is when Alex, who sets the record, this has never been done, free soloed this rock face, meaning he climbed it from the bottom to the top, free solo, no ropes, no safety in doing that. Click on the TED Talk link. No. Skip, yeah. Oh, we need to. So this is a very impressive event, and he is mastery. He is, as I said, considered one of the #1 solo rock climbers in the world. That's a mastery. He loves doing this. You obviously must love something to do it, to take that risk. But it's also a performance goal. It had never been done. He will always hold the title of the first person to solo ascend El Capitan. And that's how these pieces come together. So they're not exclusive, they're often overlap. But he was very motivated to do this. Took him 10 years to get ready for this. That's motivation. Next slide. So on this one, I like this slide. This is my Mario Cortez. A good teacher will lead a horse to water. An excellent teacher will make the horse thirsty first. The old adage is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. In fact, my niece spent a lot of time and works a lot with horses, and one of the things that she knows and I know, horses do what they want. You have to convince them that they want to do what you want them to do. They outweigh you by a tremendous amount. Next slide. Back one. How do you get the horse thirsty first, or how do you get students to want to learn? Motivation. So you have to work on motivation, and an understanding of the components of both learning and motivation helps you think about designing learning activities that will motivate students. You will never be able to motivate all of the students in your class. Classes are a wide distributions of abilities, motivations, and situations. But you can, the object as a teacher is to increase the number of people that is motivated. 100% will not be achieved. Remember, good is good enough in this case. If the majority of the students are getting it, then you are more than a good teacher. You're excellent. Next, click one more. So how do you motivate students to learn? Which is really the question. Next slide. I'm going to go through, we're going to skip through it because I want to. We have about 20 minutes or so. One more. Back up one. What's the question as an educator, as a university teacher, that you hear every semester, and you hear it very often? Anybody know? The minute I say it, you're going to say, of course. The question that I get always is the following. Will this be on the test? Right? And if you say, no, this won't be on the test, they go, oh, great, and go back to social media. Right? If you say this will be on the test, it will motivate them for attention. Now, click one more. That is a motivator. Is that for those that are intrinsically motivated and love this subject, then that may not be necessary. But the bulk of the students, and particularly those that are feeling, why do I need to do this? This is the motivation on it. Next. So what I want to do in the last part is talk about assessment. Assessment is a critical component of learning. It's also required in almost all cases. My university, and whenever I've done something, I assess. I cannot teach at the University of Maryland, and we could not teach at the University of Macau unless we gave grades. And those grades had to be justified on it. They had to be based on criteria. They had to be documented on it. I couldn't just randomly assign grades. So these are the characteristics of good assessments. And there are many bad assessments on it. And some bad assessments, or not very effective assessments, are often mandated and part of the system. at the University of Maryland and at the University of Macau, there is a requirement that there must be a final. Finals are, in many cases, a very useless piece of assessment. How do we know this? For the following reason. It may give you a measure of what they learned, and that satisfies those. But in many cases, students never pick up the final, and whatever they got on it often does not help them learn at all. It's an endpoint on that. So when I taught at Maryland in almost all of my classes, I circumvented the system by I had to have a final. It's required. It's in the faculty handbook. So my finals were always optional. There was a final and students could take it. And so I knew in almost 80% of the cases, in fact, we've measured this in many, many classes that are traditional. 3/4 of the way this semester, if you calculated what the student's final grade was, it was at least in 80% of the time I already knew. Why did I need to give a final if it wasn't going to change anything on that? And so I made them optional. And so students could take it, and if they did, it counted. It replaced one of the other exams. So it could go up or it could go down. But that helped in two ways. One, it empowered the students. It gave them agency. Your choice. You take the final or not. Now, I've had students do this that made no sense. They were already had enough points for an A and took it. But maybe they were just motivated because they really loved this. And I had other students that took it, and if they calculated, they would have had to get 120 on a 100-point test to change their letter grade on it. There was no way. And then they had the risk. So it needs to be meaningful to students and peers. You need to embed it in the course. The service learning that Melissa talked about, that's embedding an assessment in the course. It really is embedded on that. It's not an add-on that you come in one day of the week, one day, and do this, and it counts. It's throughout. It provides useful feedback. It aligns with this course goals. This is where we talk about learning outcome. And it's course and discipline dependent. You can't measure a student's ability to speak Spanish by having them write Spanish by a multiple choice test. It doesn't work, right? Although I've seen people do that, and that's how I got through foreign language on that. Lab courses need to have lab components. Critical thinking requires assessment where critical thinking is required or embedded in the assessment. Next slide. This you already know, so I will go through it rather quickly. If you don't, then go to the literature and just refresh your memory. Between formative assessments and summative. Formative assessments are given throughout the course. They help you identify gaps in learning or knowledge for both you and the student. They help support specific student needs, and they help me refine my pedagogy, my learning activities. Summative assessments often occur at the end of the instructional period. They provide evidence of students' ability. These are important too on it. And they are often used to determine grades and ranking on that. In many disciplines and at many institutions, I see courses where the final grade, the final exam is determining 50% of the final grade. This is a very high stakes often very unfair situations. If that student has one bad day, our assessment of that student has become highly inaccurate because we don't have any points and they cannot recover on that. So that is the situation that reinforced that they can't fail. But we know to learn and get good at something, you require failure. Failure allows us to retry, reiterate, and relearn. Next slide. So I've been thinking and writing about assessment for a number of years. I think this is a much better way to think about assessment than formative and summative. There are three types of assessments. There's assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. And all three have places in a course. They all have utilities. It's when there is only assessment of learning that the course is less strong, less of a learning activity and more of an evaluation activity. Next slide. Assessment of learning. This is what is often used to determine grades. It's evaluative. It's often high stakes, meaning there's not much margin for failure. It's stressful. This is critically important, particularly nowadays where student mental health is in a situation that we haven't seen before. It's a much more important. Students are stressed higher. Their mental well-being is not as robust as previous generations on that. And it's often an endpoint. Stress is really important. I'm really careful on this piece. This is a situation in many cultures, but particularly here in Asia, where that stress point has led to student suicides. We lose students every year because of this stress piece and because of high stakes summative assessment for learning. Be careful on this. Be kind. Next one. It can be normative based, meaning you can norm it as a ranking, or it could be based on criterion based. It serves as a filter. It's unfortunate. It is the reality. Grades matter. They matter because they often are gateways to the next step. And it provides standardization. So we look at transcripts from Indian students in the graduate school at the University of Maryland, and we have a mechanism to standardize what those numbers mean, those grades. An A is not always an A in all cases on it. Next slide. I like this one better. Assessment for learning. This is an assessment where the goal is to help students learn. Low stakes. Quizzes. Quizzes are often very good. I always, in my classes, we often give, particularly in the sciences, give quizzes because there's a lot of terminology and a lot of things they do need to know on it. We keep it low stakes, and I always give them at least 2, if not 3, throwaways. So if there's 10 quizzes, I'm only going to count the top 8 or on that. So it makes it much lower stakes. Provides feedback to the student and the teacher. The quizzes I give mainly are just to give feedback. Tells me maybe where I didn't explain something very well, or I explained it too fast. And that's easy to do when you're an expert because you have so much knowledge on that. And to appreciate that particularly for beginning courses and a beginning discipline where students have never experienced this before, it's very hard to put yourself in their shoes. I am a terrible language learner on it, but I've been taking Mandarin for a long time. And when I first started Mandarin, there is no context. There's no Western alphabet. There's all of these lines and things. It turns out there actually is structure within the characters. The syntax is completely different. It's tonal on it. And so I struggled for a long time. I'm also, as I said, not very good at languages. It identifies where the learner is. And so for some of your students, being in the middle is just fine. Tells them where they need to go if they want to move up, and best how to get there. Next slide. This is the one I love, but this is challenging to figure out. How do you do assessment as learning? It can be formative or summative. Service learning, what Melissa talked about in her project, these are examples of assessment as learning. One of the ones I use very often, it's really quite easy, is at both graduate courses and undergraduate, is I have students reflect on something I've assigned, okay? So that reflection is graded, okay? I'll tell you how I make it fun to grade or easy on that. But that process of reflecting on something forces them to learn. Whenever I run seminar courses or discussion courses, I always require them to have posted a reflection on the reading or readings prior to meeting. Because if I don't do that, people show up and haven't done the readings and haven't thought about it. The key is that once I have those reflections, if it doesn't start, I have what they wrote. And all I have to say is, Sylvia, I really liked what you wrote. Could you expand upon it? And it just opens it up. Very little work on my part in both collecting those. They're collected on the learning management system. And how do I grade them? It's easy. They're graded as 1, 2, or 3, or 0. 0 means they didn't do it. That one's easy to grade. 1 means there was nothing there. 2 means it's reasonable on that. So most things are 2s. If they put in an effort. And 3 means they impress me. It's something I hadn't thought about. And if you do this for a dozen assignments, you quickly sort everybody. How long does it take me to grade a paragraph on a learning management system? 1, 2, or 3? 15 seconds, right? I'm not correcting grammar. I'm not giving feedback. I'm just classifying it. Excellent, good, poor, not done. And then they get those pieces. And it turns out there's almost near perfect alignment on that with the other assessments. The A students get lots of 2s and 3s. The students that don't care get lots of 1s and 0s. Involves self-testing and practice. It fosters deeper learning. Fosters metacognition. Metacognition is this funny word, and I'm never sure I get the definition quite right on it. It's like epistemology. Metacognition is when people think about how they think. And most students never think about how they think unless you ask them. You can just ask them, how did you learn that? And they go, I don't know on that. But if you ask them to think about it, they begin to understand processes. Okay. That's the self-reflection. There are now a lot of increasing movement in the U.S. of ungrading. The next slide. Next slide. I put this up because you'll get all of the PowerPoints and you can read it. Next slide. Ungrading or alternative. At a number of universities, we use contract grading. Contract grading is the student signs a contract at the beginning of the course that says, I want an A, and it says, for an A, you must do this. For a B, you must do this. If you fulfill the contract, that's the grade you get. Everything's transparent as a contract. I like e-portfolios, but I seem to be on the fringe with respect to students. This is where students collect pieces and put it in an electronic portfolio, and I look at this, and they reflect on it. Reflections on learning, journaling. Projects are one where the project really determines the course grade on it. Peer assessment and oral discourse on that. Next one. These are often considered subjective. They are certainly more subjective than a multiple choice test. You need to be really transparent if you do this. You really need to be transparent so that students understand how it works and why you are doing it. There are a number of articles showing where this has been used. One of the more recent ones I either reviewed or read, where the professor had the students assign their own grades. The final course grade, he or she tracked that, and there was at least 80% alignment, or 85. Students often undergrade or overgrade themselves. But if you have students assign their own grade, my experience, students, for the most part, are very honest, professional people on it. So that's that's an extreme on grading where the students look at the work they did and say, this is what I deserve. It gives them agency or power, and that's the way you drive motivation, or one of the ways. It can reduce stress and anxiety, right? It's not this high-stakes test of 75 minutes, tell me everything you know. It often doesn't involve points or scales, and it focuses on student learning. One of the small universities in the U.S., Reed College, I think it's Reed, does not assign grades. What they do at the end of each course, the professor writes a short description of the student's performance, which then goes on the transcripts. Next one. Next slide. This is hard work. If I told you this was easy, I would be very untrue. Designing good assessments takes a lot of effort. So when you design them, you want to design something you're going to use many times and you know works, because it's easiest and more fun and more effective to work as a group in designing these, or steal them, or borrow. Next slide. I'm going to end by giving you two examples of an unusual type of assessment. The first one is called Let There Be Hope. Okay? And this is actually at the very bottom. This has been published by a student of mine, who's a graduate student that worked with me. And this was done in a series of classes that were lecture-based with 250 to 300 students. We're not talking about a small class. This is an introductory to biology class, and basically standard format, because there were 4 sections taught by 4 teachers. I had 20% flexibility in what I could cover on that piece. So lots of constraints. So what I did in this is after each, there were 3 exams, one in September, one in October, one in November, and a final. The final was optional, as I had told you. After we gave the exam, we graded it with TAs, because there was 250 plus. It was a mixture of short answer and multiple choice, standard format on that. We took those exams. We gave the exam on Friday and returned them on Monday. When we returned the exam, students were told, you may retake this exam and resubmit it. Here are the rules. If you do this, download the PDF, the resubmit must be typed, and you must do every question you did not get full credit on. Turn it in, and you will get the average of those two exams. Why did I do this? One is for learning purposes. In biology, when we do a 14-week course, if they don't understand the stuff in weeks 1, 2, and 3, it's downhill. This is a course that builds. So it gave them an opportunity. About 40% of the students, 20 to 40% of the students do this. I personally grade all of those, did not add additional work to my TAs, but it gave them an opportunity to pull their piece up. It was particularly important on the first exam because they had no idea of what the exam was going to look like on it. They didn't, past exams were not in doing that. So that means let there be hope. Hamid Haman teaches computer and electrical engineering at New Mexico University, New Mexico State, and he uses this in his computer electrical engineering classes and wrote it up. That's the hope. And we did this for each of the 3 exams. The second one is one I borrowed from a colleague of mine. When I first started teaching, what happens was at the end of the semester, there would be always a set of students that would come up and say, can I do extra credit? I need 10 more points. And I'll do anything for extra credit. And my initial, for a number of semesters, my initial reaction was extra credit, extra work. Extra work, no extra pay, no. On that. And these were classes of several hundred. I mean, and then my colleague said, you're missing an opportunity. So the following year, I did on it. The first day of the class, I said, in this class, if you want extra credit, here are the rules. There are 3 extra credit pieces. They're all optional. For extra credit, here are 3 books. For extra credit, you got to read the book, and there will be a prompt posted, and you got to hand in a synopsis addressing that prompt of not more than 2 pages typed. They're due October 1, November 1, December 1. Your choice. I had a little over 250 students, 190, I had students in each of those pieces, okay, because I really don't like grading and I'm really lazy. The rule was I will read them at the end of the semester, and if and only if, they will change your letter grade, because otherwise it's meaningless. They were worth 10 points apiece. I got 190 submissions in that semester and got students to read books, popular science books on that. And I only had to grade 10. It took me less than 3 minutes because they either got 10, 5, or 0. And everybody got a 5 on it. In 3 cases, it changed the letter grade. So almost no work on my part meant 190 students read 1 or more books on that. If I had assigned these 3 books, the students would have complained bitterly on it and not done the work. Okay. Final slide. We're over, and I am done. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Spencer. We now will take a well-deserved coffee break right outside. And we'll at 12 o'clock or 12:05, we'll come back and start the lecture from Fitch in the first lecture, or Spencer Benson the second lecture. Just each person take one idea that you heard, that you like, that you want to use as a teacher. So this table has 4 people, so you can discuss what did you hear that you really like and want to use in the future, and then I would like you to write them down. So 4 ideas. 4 ideas, 4 people. What do you really like that you heard? Okay? You can discuss amongst yourselves, what did you really like that you heard this morning, and what would you like to use yourself as a teacher? Then you write it down on the sheet of paper.
Silence.
What did you hear this morning that you really like and that you will implement in your teaching? Discuss amongst
Just
yourselves.
kindly listen to the professor. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Kindly, madam.
Sorry. Here.
Now listen to the professor.
Thank
The
you.
question.
Yes.
What did you like most this morning from the sessions? So we had 2 sessions, and from these 2 sessions, what did you like the most? So that's what you need to pen down.
Yep. First discuss amongst yourselves.
And you discuss among yourself, then you can
and then write
it.
it down, and then we will hear from you. We will share together, okay? So go ahead. Yeah. Do you want to? Oh, you're organizing them. Okay. Is it okay? Very good. Okay. Oh, there's the star team. This is the star team. Okay. Could you, because now there are 5, could you join a group? For example, here's 4. There's, yeah, where there is, there is there. Where is 4? 4. There are 3 there. You see it? Yeah. Oh, that's 4. Is this, there are only 2?
Yeah.
Okay, then they need you. Each table just 3 or 4, not 5, not 2. Each person says what was the most interesting idea that you heard this morning. Is it okay? You're only 2. Is there, they need another, if there's another person, add to that group. There are only 2. Is it, excuse me, there's 5 people. Sorry. Did I talk to you before? There's. There's a 3 person. Okay, so anyway, there's, but here, is that, there's a 3 person right here. Here's the 3 person. Here we have someone wishes to join, please. Nobody is there, so please. Sorry, and thank you for moving. Yeah, yeah. Take the chair away. Yeah, somebody will sit here. Your conversation. Sorry. So, we'll just have the chair. But I thought that you would. Well, but I think that if you would. have a photographer? He is doing it. Hello. Hello. You're the photographer. I want to get close-ups of their faces. conversations, wonderful conversations. These two presentations giving us a lot of food for thought, I should say, food for thought before lunch, and will be for after lunch as well. We'll, after your lunch, come back to our cafe, and we'll continue to have a cafe workshop, yes? So I would like to start hearing from each of your tables. We can't get everybody, but would like to, if you volunteer someone to stand up and to share briefly with the others, what are you, I asked you for 4 ideas, 4 people in a group, but choose 2 and make it very short, like 1 sentence description of what idea you decide to take forward. So who wants to start to represent your ideas from the table, please? Very good. Thank you.
So we listed down 5 ideas, sir. Out of it, okay, so we have listed down 5 ideas, but as you said, we have to just narrate 2 ideas. So the first one is all about maintaining the record. So we just saw a particular video where you maintain the record of all the students, like what they are and how they are right now. That one, as well as the tricks and the techniques related to student engagement in the classroom. So the one technique which we all of us agreed and wanted to implement in our classroom is all about storytelling. So how storytelling. So how to connect the concepts with story. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Who else wants to share? What did you?
I would like to share 2 ideas. I think it's a repeat of what ma'am said. We would also want to take the video making, which we haven't practiced yet. That's one thing. And second is giving a project which connects to your coursework and to your real life. That's also what we would want to take as an idea. Course project which connects to your real life, and you also connect to your community service. This is what we liked as an idea.
So our idea which we like is making a short video clip of what is their dream or where they would like to see them after 10 years. And the other one is sustained behavior towards their goal. How would they mold themselves to reach towards a goal?
Thank you. Okay, who else would? Yeah, please stand up, please, and give us your name and
Yeah.
tell us what are the 2 big ideas that emerged.
Myself, Hilda Margaret. So 2 ideas which we want to implement after this session is, first that quotation which we have told, sir, that is, if you tell me, I will forget. If you show me, I will remember, and if you involve me, I will understand. That will be more effective, we thought. So we want to involve students more rather than we involving and we chalk and talk, it will not work out, we understood. So activity day we want to keep in a week, every Saturday or one day we want to select, and it should be an activity day so that they will be involved, or at least in 5 hours, 1 hour can be activity day which we have planned. And one more thing which we thought is, if we are, okay, whatever the topic we are teaching, we should make them to know that what is the importance of this topic by connecting the topic to their day-to-day activity. If generally, if I'm telling it is if I'm telling a BOM subject about company directors, other this, that, if generally if I'm telling and book I'm telling, they'll not understand. So I want to connect it to their life, day-to-day activity, and then I want to tell them the importance and then start the topic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Who else wants to take the mic? Here we are, please.
I think Born to be video documentary is there in everyone's cafe table. Yeah, yeah, everyone loved it. And then something that we really, really liked is to understand personally what students' mission is, which none of them told yet. And then we also liked the point with service learning project, which we are already implementing in Loyola. And also the one where we would adopt a varied teaching methodology because of the students' mindset these days. And then of course the video also. And I think we are all waiting for the mysterious email 20 years ahead now. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, over here.
Good afternoon, Professor. I am Dr. P. Mahinder. From FETS, I am taking use active learning methods like group discussion, case studies for commerce students. They will remember lifelong for this method. And the next from Spencer, stage theory of learning is a great learning to the students.
So, a very good afternoon, all. From session one, what was the idea the team was developing is we already have peer learning at Joseph's at a very unstructured way. Like we do have peer learning happening. Like I do engage students, one student teaching his own students. But after this session, when ma'am said that we can have a personal network of student having with his mentor, and peers and also experts. I think that is where I am thinking we can have a structured peer group in the class and where even the mentors can join them and this can be recorded and documented. And this helps us in the accreditation process also. And then next thing also the one thing which I really liked, ma'am, was students framing questions. They have this tendency to think that answering is very easy. But framing a question is much, much more difficult. So we can ask them to frame questions after a particular topic and we can, really have a very good learning activity on this. So these were the two ideas. I take it home to my college. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. So the ideas which we liked actually is, the first one is knowing the concept of distractions. So to motivate a particular student, we have to basically know the concept of distractions. That is the one idea which we like. And the other is, everyone has already told that recording the methods or recording all the student details, the passed out students, also build directly the learning concepts into the class or into the syllabus. These are the ideas our team liked. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. So what we pointed out here is, one thing we want to prepare the alumni video so that will be inspirational video to the fresh students. So once we record what our alumni achieved, either whether they are in high positions or they are entrepreneurs on their own, something like that. So that will be more inspiration to the present students who are there in the class. And the other one is what we think is 3R. Read, reuse, repeat, so that they can memorize the concepts, they can revise the concepts. When they read it, they revise the concepts and then they repeat it. So there will not be any problem. Ma'am, we forgot. We are reading but we are unable to write it in the exam. We are unable to present it on the paper. So all such things we can avoid following these 3Rs. Thank you. One more point, like madam, we want to tell is, students should make use of chat GPT to discuss the topics, connection between the course and the professional career. So if they can use all this chat GPT technologies, they can have an idea what is the outcome of our course, what we are going to achieve once we complete this course. So these are the few points. Thank you.
I would like to introduce motivational techniques, whereby a student will be motivated to listen the class and act accordingly.
We want to organize quiz for the students and video making, so student can prepare different kind of videos related to latest trends in technology, and they can explain to their classmates. These are the two ideas we want to implement.
Okay, hello, I'm Dr. Angelin from Jairaj Anabakim College, Pariyukulam, Tamil Nadu. And we do have a lot of service learning programs in our college and extension activities, we call them, and our college is known for that. The area is truly benefited because of the college. But from Professor Melissa's session, we also understood that knowing the interest of the student is very important, because she has given them a chance to find their own interest, and the college would otherwise give a set thing. Okay, so many adopted villages, we go do this. But we thought like we'll go and talk about including the students' interest also. And another thing I loved about her thing is like the joy in learning. With age and experience, many of us lose it because of too much of clerical and administrative work. We go finish our portion and go. But then you are never too busy to connect meaningfully with your students is a thing I learned from her. And also what Professor Benson said about like how formative assessment is less, otherwise final exams. If too much importance is given for final exams, it is a burden for the students. In our university, earlier it was internal, CIA was 40 and external was 60. Now they made it 25-75, which means there's too much importance for. So sister and I thought like we'll go back and represent that it should be made 50-50. He said is too much. Here it is 75-25. So these are certain things we are taking back for it. Thank you.
Very good. No, very good. Yeah, and you've come all the way from Tamil Nadu to be with us, and is so happy. So thank you very much. Good, 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 good. Now, some of you will hear the same ideas, right? And it shows which ideas are really coming to the surface. But then we also are interested in other ideas that you may have had that have not yet been mentioned. Both are okay. Yeah, reinforcing major ideas, we agree we should do this, but still some other ideas that we also think should be aired here. Do we have a person here? This table, please.
Okay, almost we have covered all the points which others have shared. Apart from that, we would like to add two more. One thing is alumni association, not only getting their inputs regarding jobs or all, but we can ask alumni also to come and teach, so that will be a peer learning kind of a session wherein our students get to learn the real world environment because they are out there learning something from there. That would be one part. And the second thing is motivating students by not criticizing them for not doing anything, because especially slow learners, we have to motivate them till they perform well. So motivation is one more idea. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. All right. Which tables have not yet? We want everybody to participate. Yeah? Has this table come already? What? First. You were the first. All right. Which table has not yet gone? Please raise your hand. This table. Okay.
Good afternoon, Father. Respected Father and Professor. Here my suggestion is offer rewards to students and encourage them to and boost their self-esteem. Offer rewards for the students and encourage them and also support to self-esteem.
St. Ignatius would suggest enter through their door and come out through your door. So from the beginning itself, we cannot block their minds by saying something. So we have to go along with the flow of the students, then take them along with you, then they will follow you easily. That's what we can implement. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are you surprised in some way, or do we hear a lot of consensus? Is there consensus in the room that there are maybe 4 or 5 big ideas that we want to take from this workshop into the future? Do we have an agreement, or do we have so many ideas around we haven't found consensus yet? I don't know. What do you think? Please.
Under the part of assessment from the student, so every time like students are going to be asked to write, questions will be given, they have to write, it can be a mid or pre-final or finals, throughout the world almost, most of the universities will follow this. But rather than this method, is there any other method where we can suggest the universities to assess the student? Because a writing part, we have seen many type of malpractices which will be taken by the students. So rather than this, the assessment of the students can be done. Can you suggest any other way other than writing part?
Please. I think Spencer wants to speak. Good. Thank you.
I think we all know those. Many of us in the room are text generation. I mean, we grew up with books, we love books, and we love writing. Written communication is very important and is still used. But the generation of students you're teaching, this will no longer be sufficient. What you want is for them is to have the opportunity to communicate in whatever media, often meaning multimedia. It's video, it's podcast, it's oral pieces. And giving them that agency to use the media that they use all of the time is really important. So the answer is, yeah, writing's important, and you learn from writing, but you learn just as much when you learn to edit videos, edit podcasts, and that's what they're going to do as professionals on that.
Stay there. So that means that we institutionally we have to learn these skills, because we don't have these skills yet to assess that kind of communication, right?
There's a lot of discussion in the US that's called digital fluency, and it means our students need to be fluent in digital media, all digital media, in using that. That, I think, will be as important, if not more so, in a technologically rapidly advancing country such as India. We've seen that, this media. I no longer write emails to students. They do not read them on it. They go through WeChat, they go through social media pieces. And so think about how do you facilitate them becoming literate and fluent in digital media, or in digital communication. There's oral communication, written communication, and digital communication. They need to be able to use all 3 of those seamlessly.
Further question here.
Yeah, I have one quick question. So with the internals, it's the concerned subject teacher choice what kind of assignments they want to give, either writing or by using multimedia tools or assignments, etc., or projects. My question is, we have already implemented things like group activities, assignments and all. But the student meeting with the deadlines is my major task, because I as his teacher know that he's highly intellectual and capable of doing that project. But to the world out there, they won't receive that project because of his procrastination, or he doesn't meet the deadlines. Or even if I say that I am going to upload the marks in the ERP today, and still I did not receive your project. I know he is a candidate who deserves more than 50 out of 50 basically. But what suggestions could you give us, like when we are assessing them, how you think the digital citizens now as students can meet the deadlines? Even though they have brains and devices in their hand, they still neglect. Yeah.
I think I understand the question, and I certainly understand the challenge. Whenever possible, I allow students to submit their product in any form that they want. It depends on the course. I have in the course I talked about in Microbes and Society, their project, I had students submit their final project as a play, a poem, a video, a PowerPoint, a written piece in doing that. The challenge is, how do you assess that? Because we've been trained to assess written context, but all of those other contexts are assessed all of the time, from art, through theater, through music, so it is possible.
Last word to Melissa Fitch.
Last word. So in one case, I had a student who said that she wanted to write a song and sing the song and play the guitar to convey it. And I was a little bit worried because I thought, I hope she does this very, very well. And she was so talented that everyone was so surprised. It was beautiful. It demonstrated exactly what she had to show. And it was just a lovely, lovely surprise. So really, anything goes where their heart is. That's going to be a motivating factor. And as long as we can do the assessment and see that this is conveying the information that they had to learn, then we're in good shape.
So this is the new university is that promotes a diversity of students, not just in, objective aspects, but in terms of knowledge and skill, so that it will be inspiration for us as teachers to inspire people to discover their own talents and their own ways of communicating. If we're open to that, if we can be open to that, then we will tap into such new creativity that we don't know exists today. And that's a great challenge and a very great opportunity for Loyola and for all institutions to open up the assessment mechanism to new talents and new forms of talent. We will be surprised at what our students can do. With that, I want to leave it for the moment. Thank you very much for this cafe, and we're going over to the other cafe, but come back here in an hour's time, and we will have a further process here. Stay in your same
Hirudaya Lurdu Gladys. From Jayaraj Anapakyam College for Women, Dr. Angeline Sodna from Jayaraj Anapakyam College for Women,
Dr. A. Sajya Merlin from Women's Christian College, Chennai, Dr. Kalpana Naidu from Women's Christian College, Chennai, Mrs. G. Usha Kumari from Maristella College, Vijayawada, Dr. Sister Ramana from Maristella College, Vijayawada, Professor Dr. A. Daksam Teresa from St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, King Koti, Hyderabad. Sri Lakshmi from St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, King Koti, Hyderabad. Dr. Tuhina Johri from St. Aloysius College, Jabalpur. P. Sugandha Kumar from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, Vijayawada. Deepa Samuel from St. Francis College for Women, Hyderabad. Deepa Samuel from St. Francis College for Women, Hyderabad. Kona Uday Kiran from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology, Vijayawada. Dr. R. Komala from St. Pius X Degree and PG College for Women, Hyderabad. Khushbu Gupta from St. Aloysius College. Dr. P. Roslyn from St. Francis College for Women. Kona Uday Kiran, Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. You received? Left.
Thank you, professors. Thank you, fathers. We will now break for lunch.
on your tables is a 4-page document, this document, yeah? So I ask you to start reading this. Share it amongst yourselves. This is going to be the guide for our next activity. So please read and prepare, and we'll come back to that. Is also up there, but it is very hard to see from back here. But you can also go into your own devices and tap in ORID, right? ORID. If you have this one, you just go into the internet and ask for ORID, and it will give you more information. ORID. Yeah, up here. ORID. That is, O means objective. Okay, we're up here. If you see, it's too far to see. O is objective. R is reflective. I is interpretive. And D is decision. That's right. That's good. If you want to, if you take the piece of paper, this one, excuse me, this one, just turn it over. Okay, this one, hello? Take your paper and turn it to a new page. There we are. Just turn it over. Yeah. Okay, new page. New page. Okay. Can we turn that over? And new page. Yeah. Very good. New page. Very good. So we had cafe, and then we had lunch, and now we continue in the cafe. Well, yeah, you write in, yeah, that's your notebook. This is a note page. Yeah, but I want you to look at the 4 questions, 4 pages. ORID. All right. Oh, you have okay. Okay. Now, if I could have your attention, please. Thank you. If I could have your attention, please, for a moment, and then we can start our process. This is a new activity, and it's the first time I do this, so this is an experiment. But teachers are always experimenting with what can work and what doesn't. So you let me know if you think this is a useful activity. So I take a risk to do something for the first time in this setting with all of you very intelligent people. So let's see what happens. But you may wish to go into your device. May I borrow this? Just go into this and type in ORID into the internet if you want more information about this process. This is a process called, if I may have your attention, please. It's called focused conversation. Focused conversation. What could that mean? In a certain direction, some kind of progress through stages of conversation. So this is an activity to see if we can identify the stages of conversation. You are 4 people around your table, so you are having one 4-person conversation in each case, right? And we want to engage everyone, and you know, there's very little control here, just me talking for this moment. And we want to channel the energy and the ideas and the insights, and we want to have a high degree of kind of democratic process in which all people are contributing. Nobody dominates, right? And nobody is left out. And nobody is left out. That's the ideal. So this is a kind of typology. What does it mean to start with objective? That is that we want to hear from each of you together. So we relate to each other. What was significant as you look back on the 3 segments? Yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon, and this morning. What were the highlights that you heard? And write down, you can take notes on the new fresh paper that is on your table. So what is first is objective. The second is reflective. The second phase of our discussion, and I'll indicate, that's when we say, no, how does it feel? Right? If we look at Q2, how are we feeling? The teacher